welcome back to yet another Gran Turismo 4 stream. We are suffering from the issue of not wanting to play anything else at the moment. And this is something that I've been thinking of for a little while now. So, in the interest of time, what we have done is something similar to what we had to do in our previous playthrough. I've gone through all of the B license tests, and I've just like automatically completed them, but only passing with a silver. Well, in a way, just because we know that realistically we're capable of getting B, silver for the B and the 8 licenses. So we might as well just auto complete them for just to be fast about it, because otherwise, you know, you're wasting up to like an hour and a bit just to getting those done. We haven't done the A license yet, but we may need to run through them, because yeah, most of, so all the beginner events are B. You only need a B license for the beginner events. Some of them in the professional events, I believe you only need B as well. Yeah, Club and Cup. Somehow Boxer Spirit. And then that's when you start needing... But A is actually not used for that many at all. And then in the Japanese events, Compact and 70s need a B, but then the 80s, 90s and the Championship need an A. So I might do that in stream, where we'll just gold individual license tests for the A license, and then just do one of them and make sure that we only go silver. Because if we go all golds, then it's just like an unfair like access to like, okay, we're gonna sell this car and use the extra money which we don't really deserve. Hello. What I know that we want to do is we're going to go to the used cars dealership. And we're going to pick up this cappuccino. There's a fair few options that are pretty good, because again, we're running with only Japanese cars, so we have like, we are pretty much spoiled for choice. I like how the Lupo is only 68 credits more than what you have. I'll avoid selling cars where possible. Like, for the moment, I know for a fact that, like, we can go into here, pick up the cappuccino, and we have, like, a comfortable amount of credits left. Just gotta make sure that we go and do the oil change. Oh, that's right. Purchasing a car does, progress the game forward. Which is good to know. Funnily enough, the other cappuccino becomes available after you buy that one. There's a bunch of Miatas. We'll need to pick up a Miata. Over the GT Auto, straight away we'll be able to get this in an oil change, which is necessary. We can even give it a wing. Although a wing right now is probably like the last thing we need. Because just with the oil change we'll be able to compete in a fair few events. Time to drift. Something like that. Okay, so the other thing too, which is mentioned in the description for the YouTube stream, but I am running with the Track Randomiser, just to change it up a little bit, just a touch. Oh god, it's this one. I wonder if we even have the power. Ooh. Thank you for giving me the follow on Twitch. The Twitch side of this stream tends to have the better quality, because it has the better bitrate on average. Yeah, the downside of the Twitch side is that you don't get the VODs, obviously. Well, they disappear over time. I'm not sure if there's a way of actually making sure that they stay. Not that it matters too much. I think there's a cappuccino that starts in the lead. Yes, now you are purple. $6 Okay. Yeah, had this been driving park, or wherever the track's called, I dare say we would have been able to take the lead just from cornering. But yeah, this is a little bit harder to go in straight lines. So he's going to keep that 6-second lead. We actually need to use this one for slipstreaming, because otherwise we're going to be like dead in the open. Not that slipstream. You don't really get much of a slipstream with a car with this low power. Although we are getting a lead now. If we had another lap, we may have actually gotten first. That's alright. The prize money that we get for placing second is enough to give us, like, sports tires or whatever we need. Picking up sports tires actually wouldn't be too bad of an idea. I'll be interested to know what the other tracks are. Yeah, you get 1,500, which is definitely more than enough for tires. Yeah, it was another Suzuki Cappuccino in the front. Same make. So instead of Tsukuba, what do we get? I'm interested to know. Seattle for 3 laps? Yeah, 39-point race now. Because the Cappuccino is like, the Cappuccino, the Autosarm, and the Honda Beat are like the 3 really good K cars. There's also the Daihatsu Copan as well. The Copan's pretty good. Usually this section of Seattle? This section of Seattle usually gives you airtime, but our cars are far too slow for that. This thing really does like have good turning. Yeah, when we come back to Mutegi, we'll actually pick up like a racing chip or something that will actually give us a little bit of power to catch up to whoever's in the lead. But here, even just Seattle's you know, fairly straight of a track. It's just a bunch of straight lines. But there's enough cornering here that we're still able to catch up within the first lap. Rude, he's pushing us. Mine not, like, visually it's like not the most exciting thing to be racing K cars. But it actually does have its own little bit of fun. Alright. 5 seconds, we've got to catch up in like a lap and a half. Ideally without crashing. Because in a way, like little K cars like this can be a little less forgiving than more powerful cars. Because driving one of these is all about conserving as much speed as possible, because it's going to take forever to build back up to 100. Yeah, okay. Instant skill issue. We'll see in the next checkpoint how we're doing though. Or are we just going to be collecting silvers all day? 5 seconds, okay. Silvers it is. Although he's just right there, hey? It seems feasible that we'll be able to overtake him in 1 lap. But he just pulls away here. Very minor gains. Yeah, the Track Randomiser is going to be a bit of a meme. Because at any point we're driving this cappuccino for the events that it's relevant to, we might just get hit with Nordschleifer or Le Mans and be forced to drive like up to 3 3 or 5 laps of those really long tracks. Oh, he's actually... yeah, okay. He's gaining a lead. That's okay. Ooh, almost. No. Let's go and grab a bunch of upgrades. Over to Suzuki. Racing chip. Picking up the turbo is something we could do. We'll keep it at weight reduction 1. Keep spots mediums. Only because, yeah, again, if we get thrown into a track that's going to be long, then our tyre wear actually will matter. Going straight for the racing exhaust is just... well, actually, what? So that's 3 horsepower. That's 5. And that's 6. Let's triple the price for double the horsepower. That's fine. That uses all our money though. That's it, that's okay. $98 to our name. Come back over here. And we can just go straight back into those first 2 events. And figure out what this will be later. K-Works, Honda Beat. There's a Copan. There's another Beat. 9-point race though. We'll notice the difference straight away. Hopefully. Oh yeah, that's right. This thing does start with a turbo. We just came out of the corner and it's already giving us the brake indicator. That's crazy. Sweet. If possible, I'll have to try and find a way to, like, use each Japanese car brand at least once. Or at least every main car brand, rather than the, like the tuner brands. Those aren't necessary. I wonder what's going to be my best pick for naturally aspirated. There's a bunch of cars that have good turbos in them. Make back a little bit of that money that we spent. Much nicer. Seconds. Okay, that's crazy. Absolutely vicious. No worries. Just a small bounce against the wall. Done. The cool thing about the randomizer is that every so often you'll get dealt one of those special condition event tracks, and it will just be a one-on-one. Because those tracks can't be done with multiple, like a full grid of 6. This can only ever be done with 2 cars. It's interesting how that's coded. Okay. Just want to quickly do something. Three laps of New York. Okay, guys. So we've just gotten 3 tracks in a row where power is key. Well, New York reverse. New York reverse is interesting. Oh, crash. Collision. Yeah, our turning is very tight. We don't even have a wing on yet. Oh, okay. I was going to say, we don't even really need to brake into these corners. Maybe a little. Yeah, I was going to say. We'll quickly figure out what our gearing is like. What our top speed is. Yeah, go around the outside, it's okay. Or maybe we won't even reach our top speed. We get to 152. And then we need a break into that. Oop. Not this thing is valid for Spider Register as well. In FF. Oh no, it's F5? Didn't realize it drives like it's FF. Although I suppose anything with low power would. No way. Sunday Cup is not so bad with respect to. We're not valid for full cylinder with this. We can go straight to the Suzuki events, surely. And this is already a better payout, so. Although again, yeah, 4 laps. It could be 4 laps of anything. Sometime, hang on. So it just gives us, whatever. It just gives us the Motorland track anyway. Yeah, this is not a challenge. The one feature that I like the most in Forza Horizon 6 is the ability to like turn your head within the cockpit view, and I've really gotten used to driving while doing that at the same time. So now that every time I play this game, I feel like I'm going to do the same thing, even though this game doesn't natively have a cockpit view. Like, I just feel compelled to, like, look right to check who's next to me, sort of thing. Let's see if that master's valid for any races. That's probably... Oh, actually no, I think the... Maybe it's the B. I think the Honda B is mid-engine. And this is FR. I wonder if the Mazda's FF. No, yeah, so that was meant to be Autumn Ring, but it ended up being Driving Part Motorland. So what's Suzuka gonna be? Suzuka? Tsukuba. I always get those two confused. Tsukuba is going to be 3 laps of the Nürburgring straight away. How about that? Well, this is going to be a 30-minute adventure. But not much payout. Oh, it's shocking. We mention it enough times and it will just happen, hey? Three laps of this track is usually something reserved for racing cars. Touring cars, at least. So, I'm just wondering if we will actually need to pit. I think we can get away with 1 lap. For sure. I mean, we'll know by the end of the first lap if we need to pit or not. Let's try not to. Let's try not to get off track. Yes, yes, we're playing the career modes. But we're doing it with Track Randomiser. Which is why we're currently in the green hell. This is a Suzuki K-car event. And we're here in Germany. Actually, we went straight from driving park to this, which is like the 2 extremes. We went from the shortest track in the game to the longest. But yeah, I figured if I was going to do a challenge as easy as, oh, only use Japanese cars. which is ridiculously easy to do. I figured if I was going to do that, then I would add in the track randomizer just to give it a little bit, just a little bit more amusement. Yeah, this track is not actually as terrifying when you're doing cars that struggle to get to 150. I'd be interested to know if we can go any faster than 150 on that long straight near the end. Our tyres are still mostly blue. The tyre wear is definitely not cosmetic for this event, that's for sure. Like that does contribute to something. Although then again, are we going to lose fuel? Maybe we don't actually have, maybe we don't have any to pit. Come on, fourth gear. We're on an incline, that's why we're struggling. It's been 5 minutes already. Good morning, Doug. Oh, it's just into the afternoon for me. Okay, now our tires are firmly green. But yeah, fuel is totally fine apparently. It's 8 minutes already. I'm guessing each lap is going to be about 14 minutes each. Maybe longer. I don't think it's necessary to slow down that much though. Here, yes. This section is definitely on a decline, right? Yeah, it is. We'll see what our speed reaches. Already 160. And then we go uphill, so we lose speed just from going uphill. That's great. Love that. Okay, so each lap is around 12 minutes then. 11 minutes. And yeah, I am going to go for this second lap and then see how our times do after that. $10 minutes, 26 seconds. It's crazy. So that's actually where we reach our fastest. In that second section. Huh. Or, actually, here maybe. This is all downhill. Oh no, that goes back uphill. Should actually make a tally about how many times that we end up on this track and Le Mans. Okay, so our tires are all warm, but are they going to deteriorate? I'm not even halfway through the lap yet. Yikes. Who is all the way in the back? I feel bad for them. Here's our cappuccino. This is the stiff chase cam from the original game, and I know Spec 2 has like a nicer options for the camera, but I still don't understand how people are able to play racing games from this perspective, because it gives you a better field of view on your sides, obviously, but I just feel like I'm blinded for like what corner I'm actually entering. I don't know, I just can't do it. And the other thing too is that I know, like, when you play with that sort of camera, you get a better appreciation for what you are driving, in terms of you can visually see your car. Whereas it can, like, you know, the argument that all cars feel samey when you're in this camera the entire time, I can kind of get that. But ultimately, you still, like, each car still drives differently. Oh, we do use fuel. That's our first bar. There you go. Suzuki Cappuccino rated 10 stars for fuel efficiency. I don't know how fuel efficiency is rated. But I was curious to see, okay, we've done like a lap and a half. And we're only now just dipping into that fuel tank. What? First crash of the day. Yeah, the this I don't even know what this camera's called. But this perspective can be a bit tricky for rally driving, because you are deliberately oversteering and understeering to get around corners on that sort of loose traction. It's probably what contributes to the fact that I do not like drifting in Forza Horizon 6. Like, every single drifting event, I just, like... I avoid if I can. And the painful thing is that you actually have to do, like, a drifting championship. Well, you had to do a drifting championship in order to get the Lamborghini Countach. Which was really upsetting, because that's the one car that I really wanted, because funny Marozensky reference. But I was compelled to, like, do the one kind of event that I just do not like at all. Here we go again. Our tires are still green, okay, so we can do this last lap without needing to pit. Yippee, I guess. It's actually a shame. Because having to consider pitting in these sorts of low-level events would have been a nice change. But instead we just have to go through the, you know, the fatigue of doing 10-minute laps. "40-second lead." This thing actually doesn't do too bad at its high-speed braking. Well, high speed being 160. Last lap. Can you believe it, guys? Last lap until we have to do it over again. Quickly find a topic to talk about that we can cover in 10 minutes. That was faster than the previous lap too, which is good. See if we can do better again. We should be able to, because it looks like our tires just warm up and then stay at their peak grip. So surely we can just do strictly better. And the first section is also on the, which is how fast we went the first time. I think for this run I will bother to actually compete in all the special condition events. Like, I should just do, like, within reason, I should do every event eligible. Like, I won't be doing like the really, really long endurance races, but maybe I'll include those endurance races just so we can really milk out what we can do with Japanese cars only. And technically the Formula Gran Turismo is also a Japanese vehicle, so we might end up doing that as well. Although I can't remember where you win Formula 1 car from. You win it in the 24-hour of Nürburgring, I believe. But there's also like another location. And I think it shows up in the... I think it shows up in the used car dealership as well. I'll have to look that up. You see more of the track further down already. Yeah, the only upside... Ooh, that was bad. The only upside slash downside with the randomizer is that it doesn't function for championship events. So you just have to play out the 5 to 10 races that's there rather than getting the lucky dip. So it's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. And the other thing is that you have to re-enable the randomizer after you're done, because it requires you to disable it to then compete in the events. Maybe a more recent update of Spec 2 fixes that, but the version that I'm playing on, yeah, needs you to turn it off in order to do those championships. Everyone's really spaced out. That's crazy. You're gonna be able to get a minute lead. Absolutely. Maybe. Yeah, we do get immediately, effectively. It's over. So who came last then? $5,000 credits for how long? 30 minutes. Le Pin. Alto Le Pin Turbo 02. Ended up losing. Interesting. Ay. Alright, let's see if the next race is more generous. I think it's another one that's 4 laps. It's yeah, okay. It's actual Suzuki now. I mentioned that track earlier. This will take not nearly as long as 3 laps of Nordschleife, but cappuccino, yeah. This cappuccino's red. The other cappuccino's white. Looks like it's silver. We basically have a color palette. I shall return in a minute, because I know this is going to take a bit as well. Okay. Yeah, this thing barely needs to brake around this first section. Or even there, apparently. It does need to brake there, though. Okay. Keep that in mind for the next 3 laps. He's not actually faster, is he? Actually, Duck, while I'm here, and I'm compelled to drive another 3 laps on this track, I am curious to see your ranking of every, what was it, 112 Genshin characters? 104, something like that? For all the playable characters? I can't remember what you said the number was. Oh, no, that's bad. JDMs. Well, you've already done it. it's 3 minutes for 1 lap. This one should be done in 12 minutes, roughly. No, for now. You know what? Fair enough. That's better. We're really gonna have put this Suzuki through the paces once we're done with all the eligible events. I wonder what car brand we might want to do next, because we can really do anything with them. Yeah. No, it's actually crazy how sometimes it's not even just like puzzle games. Like it can be even like with this sort of game, where you're trying to like figure something out, figure out how you did it well the first time, or like, yeah, like you said, solve a puzzle. You give it like a 10-minute break, come back to it, and then suddenly you're able to do it. Is this a faster lap than the last one? That's the question. Oh, yes. For like 1.2 seconds. just a little too fast that time. That's okay. So there's a couple of cars that we're basically guaranteed to need. A Subaru Impreza. We're going to need one of those again. We will also need a NSX. NSXs are actually, I think they're naturally aspirated as well. But that's going to be our mid-engine car for the MR challenge, or whatever it's called. So yeah, a Impreza for boxer engine, an NSX for MR. The Impreza is going to be able to do the turbo challenge, and it's also going to be able to do the four-wheel drive challenge. NSX might be able to do the naturally aspirated. We will also need a... What else will we need? Like, need. Well, we've already picked up this cappuccino. What else will we need? I think we need a Nissan for the premium sports cars event. Is it the the R930 road car or something like that? I think that's going to be like one of the only cars that are eligible for that, because it has to be a road car and worth over 100,000, which I don't believe anything else is even capable of being worth. Oh, I mean, ultimately we're going to be doing all the manufacturer events. I think Isuzu might be the only one that doesn't have one. I know it does. So yeah, we'll end up using an Isuzu. Definitely using Honda, definitely using Daihatsu, because they have a manufacturer event at the very least. Definitely be using Mazdas. Yeah, basically every single one of these, except for these last three. I mean, we can use the Dome Zero, because we get that from a Nissan manufacturer event. This is, oh. That's MR. But I don't really want to use that, hey? Tommy Cairo. Is that count as premium sports? Does that count as a... It might count as a concept car. So hello there, Headshot. Yeah, so we're definitely going to be able to use each brand at least once of the main brands. The main 9. I think we win a Tommy Cairo from something... I think it might be from the Supercars event. We'll get the Dome from the Nissan event, and I don't think we get this one from anything. I haven't heard of that decision, but I'm also not surprised. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. in some ways it feels inevitable. Yeah, but it is still very disappointing. It's just like, because it's an ongoing issue that, you know, it's becoming more and more that we don't really actually own. Oh, that's a championship? Oh, no, that's car value, sorry. Yeah, no, it's upsetting. But unless there's any, like, you know, organized pushback, that's just what they're gonna do. Grand Valley for 2 laps. Please tell me it's not the full course. That's not, thank God. Oh wow, these things are faster than us? At least in a straight line. We'll see how they go around these corners. Ow. Thanks, Peugeot. Yeah, that's the thing. The owning software is just like more and more. Yeah, no, we don't. I mean, there have already been cases of games that have been like, okay, you think you're buying a physical copy, but in reality, the this case only has like a code to the game. Yeah, we lack the power, but oh yeah, like yeah, Fallout 76 is one of them. But there was another more egregious example, because at least with Fallout 76, you know, you're getting into like a game that requires online connection to play. But there was like it was like a, I want to say it was like a pro skater game or something, like something that you would assume is single player for the most part. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, emulation is rarely supported by what the emulators are trying to copy. This thing is fast. MG. I need to conserve my speed as much as possible. Yeah, that one's not going to be doable. Just acknowledging the fact that when we did that same course with other K cars, we needed upgrades. See, that was meant to be Grand Valley. So what's this going to be? I can't remember which one of this. Alright, we'll give it a shot. But we're going to need to upgrade this thing again. If we want to use it more. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, bring us back to the era where it used to be that cereal boxes would come with video game discs. Yeah, look how they pull away. There's a few corners here we might be able to maintain speed through. We'll see. We'll know straight away from the first lap. Yeah, okay, this section's what's going to help let us win. Because they have to break quite early. But they'll be able to catch up in the these two straights. At least it's only 2 laps. This is a good thing about the early game. Is that it is just like low lap counts. Although I don't find like 5 lap races to be disagreeable. 5-second lead. Okay, that's good. Ow. Alright, that was bad. Because we lose a lot of speed there too. I was just thinking, which is something that I've been pondering on for a long while now. I don't know if I want to, if I would rather set up a PS3 emulator and play Gran Turismo 5 with that, or if I just find like a capture card or whatever to use my original hardware It's definitely something I've mentioned before, but I still like, do I spend the money or do I not, or... Because I think, like, playing Gran Turismo 4 with mods is appreciated because it does give, like, a decent quality of life. Changes to how GT4 plays. Like, for example, Sunday Cup is, like, 5 races in the original game, and each one has, like, miserable payout for first. It's just a example. But with Gran Turismo 5, with how it is normally, I don't really have any issues with it. Okay. We could maybe use the other Suzuki. Maybe? Or is this worth too much? Yeah, it's worth too much. We'll come back to that then. Is this FF? It is FF. Do we just keep using Suzuki's? Interesting. Give it a try. Spin taking again. Oh, is this the oval? Oh, it might be the oval. Oh, this is sports hards. Crazy. Oh yeah, this is the oval. Oh my god. The emulator has been so troll. Not emulator, sorry, the randomizer. Although 80 points suggests that we're actually going to do quite well. Maybe. It's only 2 laps, which has its downsides. Let's see what we place. This is for FF Challenge. We're not quite in the slipstream. But we have closed the gap. Our speed limit is about 220 though. 210. That's lap 1 already done. Oh, nah, that hurts. It's definitely doable. Just gotta try not to crash. So we're only gonna take 3rd. Because it's only if we had one more lap, we would have been able to do it. That's unfortunate. Let's try again. If we just apply a little bit of braking, we'll actually make it into that corner, I dare say. Slightly different lineup. Slightly harder race. Oh wait, was it 60 or was it 80 points last time? Regardless, we'll be able to use this Persia for slipstreaming. Upgrading this Suzuki Swift wouldn't be a terrible idea because we will need it for the Suzuki Concepts event. Wow, this pushes fast relative to the other opponents. Are we in range? Can we close the gap? No, I don't think we can. We need a nudge from the Persia, but I don't think we're going to be able to get it. No. Understeering. No, not quite. That's such a shame. Quite unfortunate. Oh well. We'll come back to that. What's Hong Kong replaced with? Oh. That's pleasant. Come on, Mitsubishi, get out of the way. There we go. Yeah, this thing is a good little car. It's just got a little bit of wheel spin. If you take it too fast. I think... No, maybe we will. I was going to say, I don't think we will reach our speed limit in this straight. Maybe we do reach 200 though. Yeah. But it's like... just... Yeah, look at that. We got 199. Excellent. See, this car is FF, so should take advantage of that a little bit more. Ideally without wheel spin. Ow. Ow. Actually, not that much, so. We got on the curb, but we didn't crash into the fence. I really should take this opportunity to learn manual gearing. But I also don't want to be bad. Alright, so far that has been the most normal, well, one of the more normal races that we've had. That Suzuka event. That Suzuki event was cursed. And we'll see what the last race tier is. Costa di Amalfi? I've never actually said that name out loud. It's 3 laps of this. This is not too bad. You'll have to forgive me, but I do like going for the lazy option. Yep, like that. This track, quite lazy. The good thing about, when you... Jesus, the wheel spin is really bad. When you random into these tracks, these special condition tracks, you're not, held to special condition, restrictions in terms of, like, if you crash into your opponent or if you crash into the wall, you do not get a time penalty. Which is one, reprieve. Yeah, that wheel spinning is actually going to annoy me a lot. I'll need to figure out how to tune this thing properly. But you can see in-game, and on the overlay how lightly I'm actually accelerating to avoid the wheel spin. If I put it on TC1, that would actually overcome the issues. But, you know, it's better to start on TC0 and see if the car actually needs it. Because for the most part, cars either only need, like, traction control on one or none. Like, there's no car that ever needs traction control higher than one. So looking back at Hedgehog's messages, I'm just reminding myself how, like, for the longest time Nintendo was allergic to any sort of streaming of their games in any capacity. Like, Nintendo's quite weird about how their games are presented outside of Nintendo's own advertising. It's like how there was Smash Brawl tournaments, and it's like, oh yeah, even though we're using original hardware and the actual games, it's like, no, please do not stream this. I don't think it was until, like, 2020 when Nintendo sort of loosened its restrictions. Oh no, actually no, because that Smash tournament that I'm thinking of was 2021 or something. Something close. But yeah, Nintendo didn't really start sort of loosening restrictions until the last, like, 6-ish years. Because it used to be like a lot of I was gonna say mainstream. A lot of like Vtubers would, you know, be like, oh yeah, I really want to play this, but like management doesn't want us playing Nintendo games because they don't want to have to deal with any potential backlash. And now seemingly it's way more prolific that they're able to. Which is good. But it's just strange that, yeah, Nintendo is very weird about how their games are presented. Even when it's just, you know, conventional consumption, just with, like, the side of, yeah, I'm just going to stream me playing my game. Just got to do a little bit more wall riding. Oh my goodness. This thing eats its tires. There's no tire indicator for this track because this track doesn't have a pit lane. If the track doesn't feature the ability to pit, then tire wear is just removed. So you just get your peak grip performance straight away. Without having to warm up the tires. Mayhaps we browse for a new car. Possibly. Because yeah, we can either upgrade our Suzuki's, or we can go for something else. Is this... Oh yeah, it is, it is valid for that. This is an NSX Type R here. I can't remember what the better NSX is, but picking up one of those is going to be good. There's a Miata there as well. Not much there. Honda. No, definitely not that. Oh, there's a... Not that we are able to use it, but... Funny Lancia. We do need an Isuzu for that Isuzu event. Because otherwise I don't think we were able to actually purchase one of these. I don't think you were able to purchase them from the dealership itself. I'll have a quick look. What's this? Oh, okay. Disregard. This is FR. Picking up something from the 80s is going to be necessary too. I'll check the dealership. But yeah, you can't purchase either of these. Okay. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, so here's my question. Understanding that we're only using Japanese cars only, there's a couple of American brands that are technically rebadged Japanese cars. They show up as being, you know, in the American dealerships. But if we take a look... Acura is rebadged Honda. And that's Nissan. And Lexus is Toyota. So the flavor text at the bottom of the screen elaborates as much. But obviously it's in the American showroom. So they show up as being American cars. I just think it would be very funny if we allowed ourselves to also use these cars, because it gives us even more races to do. And theoretically, I think we can compete. So it's just going to be a US car up to 1980. Okay, so I don't think we can do that one. We can do that one. We can do that one, and we can do this one. But there's no is it from the 80s, or did it say up to 1980? So it's got to be from 79 and under, which I don't think either of these have. Yeah, because this is only Acura only came to America in 1986. This was 1989. This was 1989. So everything else prior to that was, yeah, just the American market. So you can't compete every single event, but you can do these three, which I think is really funny, and we should allow ourselves to do. I'll figure out how to do the tuning for this. But otherwise, NSX Type R does allow us to do the Type R meet, whatever it's called. Type R meeting. There's a Type R from the 92 and there's a Type R from 02. Is the Type R 02 in the dealership? Yeah, it is. Oh, that is 119, so we could use this for the premium cars. These are identical, apparently. Chances are that this will have a better traction. That's a concept car. That's also a concept car, so those wouldn't be valid for the premium cars event, but this one should be. So maybe we save up for that. That'll be our mid-engine car. Okay. So I guess I'll take this to the Compact Cup. Which means, yeah, I gotta get rid of the randomizer, which is fine. Two laps. I forgot to actually enable that traction control, but that's okay. We could do this race without it and then enable it for the next one. Oh, we do have that Nissan, what is it? March? Micro. That thing. That thing that we... Wait, is it a micro? I think it is a micro. But they're also considered like marches, or like the evolution of the march. That's what you get for doing the B licenses all bronze. And it does have its own event. Which I think you get a cup car for winning. Were we to tune this Swift, we can also... There's another means that we can get a MR vehicle from. Because completing the Suzuki Concepts event does give you their, like, weird track car. But yeah, we can complete this, and we can do the 4-cylinder event as well. So we can be stuck on Suzuki's for a fair bit if we want to. Raise your hand if you love Suzuki's. Scream if you love Suzuki. Oh, you have a Suzuki? What model? What make? The payout for this event is egregiously bad. But finishing the tournament does give us 30k. We'll check the used car dealerships again after this. But then again, I really do want to drive that Nissan thing. I have it in Forza Horizon 6 as well. Ignis 2021. Oh, a contemporary car. Look at you. So this is a 4-race championship, and the payout is 2,000 credits each race. So we make 38,000 credits from the championship. I'm just wondering if we should, would it be better to just immediately, sell any non-Japanese car that we get? Or is it more fair to just keep them and just never use them? Because obviously if we sell them, it keeps our garage, perfectly only Japanese vehicles. But then we, you know, get to take advantage of the money, which has its obvious upside, but it also means that, you know, selling cars just makes the game easier. And considering that only driving Japanese vehicles is already easy as it is, maybe not selling them is what we should do to just serve some sort of difficulty. And I forgot to turn traction control on again, hey. I'll do it after this race. We're almost done. What's next? You know, actually, looking at it, Ignis is like such a funny name for a Suzuki, because presumably it's a like a compact car, or at least, you know, it's not one that's super powerful, but like Ignis gives you the idea that it's, you know, like a fairly aggressive vehicle. So long since I've driven on this course. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm really disappointed that I never got to inherit my parents' Subaru Impreza. Should I be trusted with the car that fast? Absolutely not. But you know for a fact that that they would give it to me if they could. Because it absolutely would have been a car that they would have otherwise like not want to sell. Because, you know, it fulfilled every role that it needed to as a, like, you know, air brackets family car, being a sedan with 4 doors and such. But yeah, they had to get rid of it because they had to replace the entire engine or something, and for where we were living at the time, it was very difficult to get that job done, so it ended up being cheaper to just replace it with a Toyota Camry, which is what I currently drive. So the car that replaced the Impreza ended up being the one that I inherited anyway. So yeah, generational mold is going. Damn, I could have had like one of the best one of the best 4-wheel drive cars of its time, of its era. I think it was a bug-eye Impreza, for what it's worth, to sort of give you a better indication of which make it was. Exactly. Which model, sorry. It wasn't the nicer looking Imprezas. Because the bug eyes are kind of, they're not hideous, but they're not the most pleasant to look at. And it's also not as quick as its more modern counterparts that didn't have that style of headlight. And that's Scuba done. That's race 3. Yeah, it's 2k credits for coming in first, which is really bad payout, but technically a lot nicer than the 5k that we made for doing 30 minutes of green hell. Simi-san. Please don't hit that bridge. Wait, no, that's not a micro, is it? might be. I keep going too wide on that section, that corner. If possible, I don't know if I said it already, but I'll make sure to use, where possible, I'll use different cars than what I have already used in that previous normal playthrough. So I think instead of like we use the Impreza rally car for the Clubman League, whatever it is. Instead of using that, we'll use something else. It might end up being the Evo. It might end up being the Evo rally car, which would be funny. No, actually, because if we want to get the Evo, we need to do, what is it? 2 hours of El Capitan, something like that. I need to find out what the Evo meeting actually gives you. I haven't thought about that. There's our, yeah, championship done. Now, okay, that is a little annoying, sorry. I thought it would have accelerated. I want to figure it out. Gotta figure out how to do a poll on Twitch. Oh, okay, no, you need to be a fit. Fantastic. Quick actions. Yeah, no, sadly, I can't start a poll on Twitch. Because I was going to say I was going to do a poll to ask if we should make it legal to use the American rebadges of Japanese cars. Oh, you get this thing! Oh, that's disgusting. Even valid for that. Why give us that? Oh well. We have 60k. Yeah, we wanted to check the dealerships again as well. So yeah, we'll avoid buying NSXs. Oh, there's an Acura NSX here. And a Lexus. So if we wanted to allow ourselves to do those American events, these would be the cars to purchase. Well, ideally the Acura. Skyline would be nice as well, hey. We do need a beat for the beat event. Beat the beat. What's the better beat? So that's a 63 horsepower. Where's the other one? It's also the same. But are they just like actually identical? Although I guess this is on less mileage. We still need an MX-5. That's a move. No, we can't use that. There's more Miatas. They seem to be identical. GTR v Spec. Oh yeah, there's a very interesting thing regarding some of the Japanese sports cars. Is that there was like some sort of like rule, some what's the correct term? Registration? No. Something legally binding, where like Nissan, Subaru, and like all the other brands, of course, were like compelled to keep their power to 276 horsepower. Something called like the Gentleman's Agreement or something weird like that. GTR, what's the N1 mean then? Because these are identical otherwise. Not in the event everyone's expectations would surpass them. It might be related to the maybe. That was the showcase showroom 1, this is showroom 2. That's something got 10Ks on it. Evo 4. Yeah, this is even more. Yeah, it's got the same flavor text. An RX-7 would be good to pick up as well. Hey. We do need to pick up models from the 90s and the 80s. And technically from the 70s as well. Snap from the bottom, work our way up. No, we've already seen everything then. None of these are standing out as being overly impressive. I'll be back again, and I'll look up what that gentleman's agreement thing was again. Okie dokie. It was an informal agreement between Japanese car brands to keep their power limited to 276 horsepower. Yeah, so that's why you get like the Toyota Supra and the Nissan Skyline will have that cap, and the Honda NSX. The pack was effectively broken in 2004 when the Honda Legend debuted with 300 horsepower. The Honda Legend? What? Oh, I see. That's quite bold to name your car the Honda Legend. And have it be forgettable. Yeah, we have 61 credits to play with. How do we want to tune this thing? It's going to start looking ugly, but we'll need one of these. Let's go for this. Yeah, we don't want the fanciest. Oh, actually, it's good to ask. Do we need no restrictions on tyres? Okay. We might go for racing tyres then, maybe. Because this event is going to be quite tricky. We'll definitely pick up that. This doesn't get a intercooler, which is weird. Let's get the clutch. And the flywheel. Can't remember if the... It's got a limited slip. We'll get the sport suspension, because that's usually pre-tuned quite nicely. Weight reduction. 2 stages should be enough. Okay, maybe we don't need it then. Pick up the exhaust. It's fairly cheap. And we will need no mattress. I didn't mean to buy that, but that's okay, we'll use that. And I will take racing. No, I will not. Disregard. Although sports soft are quite cheap. Let's give this a crack. Oh, no. Before that, we need to make sure that we re-enable the settings. Oh, you can do car options there. I feel so silly. Spec 2, Track Randomiser back on. Alright, let's give this a crack. This event is not very kind. Oh, it is not very kind at all. Excuse me for a moment. I'm gonna need a reload until I get a more favorable pack. Oh, the Suzuki events are cursed. No, that's even worse. This also tells me that I need transmission. I need to buy... Oh, I don't have the money for it though. I've just... Ooh. But I do need it. Oh, we've just wasted all our money. Oh, it's only 10k. Okay. It's not as bad. But we'll need that for this track. I can kind of cope with the fact that this is going to give us a mid-engine car that we'll be able to use. And we'll be able to use the reward vehicle or this Swift to compete the concept car club thingy, cup, whatever it's called. That's even worse. So we'll have to reload again. Oh, which version of this is it? Because that might actually give us a bit of an advantage if we allow ourselves to cut the corners. And avoid the chicanes. That might actually be good. Oh, this is far better. So we'll need to change the gearing. If the gear ratio is high, acceleration becomes sluggish, but the top speed will also increase. It's actually hard for me to tell what... I don't know how this works. Auto? Should probably just go with that, eh? And use the downforce. You're on, yep, CC1 still, it's good. Okay, hopefully this isn't a complete mess now. But the car that really matters is already in the front, which is annoying. I forgot look how pixelated those seats are. He's already trying to escape, and this is the version of the track that doesn't have the chicanes. That's scary. Using NOS here might actually not be in our best interest. It's 3 seconds. Although reaching our top speed sooner means being able to get into slipstream sooner. So what is our top speed now? 230. I think that's still slower than him. Yeah, he's pulling away. That is quite annoying to do. Oh, we'll see at the end of the straight. We'll see how much of a lead that actually gets him, because otherwise we might be able to catch up the other half. We'll try. 6 seconds. Disregard. That is quite tragic. And then we have to reload the lineup again. Oh, lucky. Well, here I'm actually going to create a save state, so I won't have to waste time. So transmission. Is that going to tell me what the final... Let's go there. That should be enough, surely. Because if we tune the transmission to an extent where we have a better final, like, top speed, then any mistakes that we make should be recovered from that long straight. That's not good. Yeah, we need this NOS now. Oh, cool. Maybe it's overkill, but yeah, 280 sounds really good to me. $270. Okay, well, that's far nicer. Well, we've already chewed through like shy of half, and we're slowing down again. We actually need to find a way to eliminate him. Using a little bit of NOS on the exit up to, yeah, create a small gap like that. That's what compensates for our gearing being a bit slower too. Ooh, maybe we do just the corner cut here. Okay, not there. More here. Eight seconds. That's generous. Yeah, now that we have enough distance so that he's not in our slipstream, we should be able to maintain this lead. Because even though it takes us a lot longer to get to our top speed, and I don't even think we've even gotten close to it, being able to do about 260 is quite nice. 240 seems to be okay. Yeah, he's not closing the gap. Seconds. But you can see the difference between that car and the other Swifts. Like, this event is not feasible with an untuned Suzuki Swift. He is closing it. Just not fast enough, which is good. And we'll keep the rest of the NOS for the other 2 laps. Actually, funnily enough, we could use this thing for the naturally aspirated event now, if we really wanted to. Who knew we would become Suzuki loyalists? That time I wasn't really trying to cut. Keeping some nitrous in reserve as a safety net in case we do crash spectacularly is also going to be good. Because 15-second lead is It's nice, but it's not a guaranteed win. Dachi, hello! Long time no see. Did you see the thumbnail that I made for the stream on the YouTube side? If you haven't, please give it a look. I spent at least 5 minutes making it. I'm very proud of it, even though it looks so scuffed. I'm incredibly proud of it. Work of art, yeah, exactly. Honestly, even though I'm happy with what I made, because it's being compelled to make thumbnails is, you know, it's a good thing. It forces me to be a bit creative, and it forces me to like do some sort of photoshopping, which I otherwise wouldn't. Even though like what I did make is the most like low effort thing ever. But the one downside of streaming on YouTube side is definitely like needing to make thumbnails. Whereas I don't even think you can make thumbnails for VODs on Twitch's end. Like, I just don't think that's a thing. Manufacturers as daimyo? Yeah, exactly. I was actually very upset to find out that there was no there was no nice way of figuring out which daimyo would be most relevant to each car brand, because a lot of them are based in Kanto and like East Japan, North Japan, whichever term you prefer. But like there's no like there's no like appropriate or most best fitting manufacturer to be like, oh okay, I'm gonna like make them Shimazu sort of thing. Although I did go a little bit on vibes, I will justify that Honda being Uesugi makes sense in respect to Uesugi having glass cannon units and Honda kind of having glass cannon cars. Nissan being Shimazu is another good one. Just in terms of like raw power. Subaru being Date makes sense as well, because like Date is all about their charge and being, you know, super aggressive, and Subaru cars are also known for like, you know, rally performance, being mean and aggressive in that respect. So I feel like that's a good parallel. I did give a little bit of thought to each of that. No, I didn't. I gave Hojo Suzuki, I believe. Yeah, no, I'm like way too proud about that. You're on the Discord server, aren't you, Jansu? I'll post the work in progress piece that I received a little while back of like an actual you know, proper artist doing something with involving Japanese cars. I believe Duck's already seen it. I'll post that work in progress after this race. And then I need to see about getting some food, because I'm starting to become hungry. Honestly, I should probably just upload, like, all the art that I've received. Lamau. Actually, no, that's not entirely wrong. Duck has gifted me some art. But I should post the art that I have of like, what I've used for thumbnails and such. Should post that on the server. Make the server that little bit more active. I never made a schedule for this week because I ended up having to do some jobs for some friends and such. So I was just like, oh, okay, let's not bother, because I don't even know if I'm actually going to be able to stream this week. Which is a shame, because it's the second week of the school holidays. Okay, cool. Let me find it. There it is. Let's struggle to find the artist for a second. Quote gallery and post. Yeah, no, that's fair. Not everyone uses Discord religiously. Or people who do use Discord a lot. I've run into a couple of people who have like actually maxed out on the amount of servers that they can be on. It's crazy. Alright, let's find out what this is meant to be. And I'll be back. I need to do something about fear and hunger. I don't know. Oh, Deep Forest for 2 laps. That doesn't sound too bad. But anyway, that's a if you've seen it, that's a piece of art that I commissioned, not inherently for the purpose of using on thumbnails, but because I want to use it as a wallpaper on my computer. Okay, we can be far more generous with our use of nitrous now that this is only 2 laps. Although crashing like that is not going to help. Let's try again. Also, feel free to hop back to the Twitch side of things, actually, because that might offer you the better quality. Which I think is the reason why Duck is mostly on Twitch now. Oh yeah, I should do that too. Ow. post that in the gallery next. Nitrous is so unfair, hey. I think though, like, one of the more unfair parts of using nitrous, I was going to say nitro, which is technically still the correct term, but when I think of nitro, I think of Discord now more than anything. But using nitrous in this game, like, it doesn't actually contribute to how many ace spec points you get for a race, because obviously our when you tune a car up and you make it super fast, your A spec points diminish because the races are easier. But nitrous doesn't actually contribute to that at all. So you can actually rig it so that you have 200-point races, but because you have nitrous, you're still going to win. That's that race done. Where? Yeah, is it better quality on that side? I have no idea which platform. Like, I never actually get to check it myself because obviously I'm too busy doing the streaming. And looking back at the VODs, I just assumed that the VOD for the YouTube side just hasn't fully rendered. You can't tell, fair enough. Anyway. I don't... Speaking of Nitro, I don't have Nitro on my Vtuber account. So I can't upload that fan art. That's actually really depressing. Yeah, and I think it's mostly because the bitrate is on average better, because I think it caps out on YouTube at a lower bitrate. Okay, one more race. 3 laps of... True, you can upload it in the gallery. That's true. There's a reason why I made the gallery available to other people to post into. I'm actually quite smart, believe it or not. Yeah, see, this is a 5-point race. And that would be because of all the tuning that we've done to this car. But if we only gave it, like, nitrous on its own, that wouldn't actually weigh into the math. Never changed the gearing again when I know I could have gotten away with it. Let's go. Closer gears probably would have been better for this track though, for the record. So we get the scary thing that we were racing against. Which is good, because that's going to be MR. And that's all the Suzuki events done too, which we were going to need to do inevitably anyway. 16k. Shocking. We'll finish this this one race. Only 3 points. I don't remember what we actually get for completing an FF challenge. Presumably it's a another FF car, but I can't remember if it's a Japanese make or if it's something else. Not even 2 minutes. Right. That thing, that will need a sell. Something up. So I have a Pontiac and a VW that we can sell. And I think I will now. The Pontiac isn't worth much at all. And the Golf shouldn't be worth much either. Beginner events. Two laps of... What's it going to be? New York. Wait, what is that? What was that actually? 2 laps of... Seattle? Was that what it was meant to be? What a ring. Ah, the full course, right. No worries. Great race. Thing's pretty quick. It's got an interesting sound too. Yeah, I think it is meant to be a motorbike engine. But I couldn't tell you exactly what the engine is meant to be. Look at this thing. Such a bizarre looking car. It is very nimble though, it's good. What? Again. I can't escape this track. I'll come back to that next. At least it's only 2 laps this time. Oh, it's the 4 course now. Okay, cool. Bumping into everything. Okay, sweet. I'll take this chance to go and eat something real quick. Okay, so let's suffer through this 2 laps of Nürburgring, and we'll finish off today there, I reckon. Bleh. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Long time no see, Jordan. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. It's good to see a bunch of familiar faces, or a familiar name, should I say. already a 5-second lead. Fantastic. So well, Cappuccino did 1 lap in, what was it, 10 minutes, 30 seconds in the end? So I'm interested to see how quick this thing can get around. Provided that we don't crash or anything. that's done. Just a tiny scrape. I should be able to complete this on this. Because the Suzuki Swift was too quick. Oh, too quick. Too expensive, sorry. I think that's the end for me anyway. I think we cleaned up all the events that we wanted to. Oh yeah, you get Honda City from that. Fair enough. Yeah. Actually, that's what I wanted to check. Yeah, it's literally a four-wheel version of a bike. So that's why it's got a, interesting sound. Neat. JPN. There you go. It's got a nice sleek look to it. Okay, we're definitely going to use that marker at some point. We won't be using the Honda N360. That's a bit of a meme. I think the Honda City might have something for it, maybe. I don't know. Cool. Yeah, I want to finish eating, so I'm going to end it here. And I'll come back at some point in the future to continue with this challenge. Yep. That's all it is. Okay. Bye.